I'm a professional. Helps if you unmute your microphone. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be hailing from. I'm Eric, the IT Guy Hendricks, and this is the IT Guy Eric Show. Excuse me. So I know it's been a while since I've been live, but been playing around with some new ideas, been working on the Fedora podcast, a few other things. But one of the things that I kind of crashed the party at the Ask Noah show a few weeks ago, and it got me really wanting to dive back into my home lab. So I figured what we'd do is do exactly that. Um, excuse me. So this is going to be live coding. This isn't going to be an in-depth episode. There's no guests that I know of. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to dive back into my home lab, and one of the first things on my list was to restore some backups from a Matrix server that I used to run off of my own domain. And I did that using the Matrix Docker Ansible deploy GitHub project. I'll put the links in the show notes. But just give me a couple minutes, get the stream going, and I'll share my screen. Okay, so let me walk you through what I got here. So I've got my trusty terminal to my Fedora remote workstation. I've got my instructions. I've got my unraid. And then in case we get stuck, I have my trusty colleague, Mr. ChatGPT. Excuse me, goodness. And then, of course, I've got the stream over here on a different window. So if you want to join me in chat, you can definitely do so. I'm on Matrix and Discord, but there's the Matrix QR code. Let's see, we've got an alert here. It's always a great way to start off a stream. Oop, there we go. Cache is low. That's always something you want to. That's what you want to see. All right, so let's start by getting us a virtual machine set up. Of course, this is Jarvis. That's my remote Fedora workstation. Just 2 CPU, 4 gigs RAM. It does have a desktop, but I don't typically remote into the desktop. So when I set this up originally, it was on a CentOS Linux 7 box. So I'm going to call it IT Guy, old MTRX Matrix server. We'll have to check on what CPUs I've got allocated. I think those should be available. We'll give it 8 gigs of RAM. Of course, this is just a temporary box. So give it 64 gig disk. That should be enough here. I don't know. That matrix partition is pretty big. It's a temporary server. Why not? 128 gigs. Let's go all in. Yes, forgive me. I'm working on my MacBook today. It's just what was hooked up to my dock, so we're rolling with it. We will want VNC. What am I forgetting? Disks. I need an OS install ISO. I didn't know that if I'd like Unraid or not, but I've been running it for about 9 months, and I'm pretty happy with it. Kind of serves as my always-on system. I'm hoping to move to something like OpenShift, a hardware cluster at some point, but one thing at a time. All right, so we've got some CPUs, we've got some RAM, gave it a name, got our install disk, got our setup ISO. I think that's everything. Let's make sure we're not over partitioning here. We want to go into settings. And then CPU pinning. Oh, yep, there we go. Didn't want to do that. We got a lot of work to do. Let's give it 6 cores instead. And let's do 12 gigs of RAM too, because why not? Okay, let's update that, then we'll start it. Start the server here. We'll start with the console. Don't want to test it. Yes, I know that CentOS 7 is long gone, but the idea is, my thinking is, the best way, because it's been a couple of years since I've run this, or maybe not a couple of years, but it's been a while since this matrix server has been up and running. I figured the easiest way may be to recreate the virtual machine it used to run on. So I see I've got one viewer, so thank you for hanging out with me. I'm not sure if these are still popular anymore or not, but I figure why not? I'll share, jump in and share here. So let's set the time zone correctly, because I am in the Kansas City, Missouri. I do want networking time. Oh, we need to set up the network first. Okay, we'll just do it that way. Old MTRX. Okay, we got a host name. Now we can put it on my network. We've got an IP address. That's always a good thing, right? Okay, good. That took care of that. Language support, English, yes. Local install, minimal install, yes. Kdump. I always disable this. I don't do... In my home lab, I tend to blow things away if they don't work. We won't set up a security policy. Maybe that's something we can do in the future on a newer box. And then I want to... Let's configure. Let's go ahead and have it auto create a few of these here. We don't need the home directory. We'll put about 32 gigs in home or in root. We'll go ahead and do swap space, boot EFI. I think so. I do believe that there is a /matrix, and we'll give it everything that's left, maybe 89. Let's do 64 there. And then here's a fun trick with the Anaconda installer. If you don't want to do the math, just give it an outrageous number, and it'll update. So just in case, we've got about 64 gigs in root and in matrix, because I don't remember if I had a database running in varlib or something. So let's begin the install. Let's go ahead and set okay, root password. I always create an Ansible account as an administrator. Because I'm slightly obsessive compulsive, let's make sure that we give it a UID and GID, and now we wait. If you don't have Matrix, I'll go ahead and put the link to the Discord server in there as well. Kind of love those post-install setup tasks. So I'm not sure if I finished my thought or not, but my hope is to get this up, get it running, let it run for a few weeks, make sure everything works okay, get some of the bridges set back up, because that's one of the main reasons why you'd want to run a home Matrix server is to set up bridges between Slack and Discord if any of them still work. So, I mean, that's kind of what we're working towards today is just get the old system up and running, and then I want to very quickly get CentOS 7 out of my home network, since it is end of life. My hope is to go to either Fedora or CentOS Stream, or even better, maybe I'll get a OpenShift Kubernetes or OpenShift cluster or Kubernetes cluster or something like that running here in my home lab, and then have Matrix run on top of that in something that's orchestrated. I don't know. It seems like just getting the old stuff back up and running seemed like the best way to get started. Once everything's running, we can talk about automation, things like Ansible playbooks, talk about monitoring. So we'll see how far we get. I wouldn't call this a New Year's resolution, but just something I've been itching to work on. If you would, make sure to subscribe to my channel. You can go to podcast.itguyeric.com to get all the audio feeds for the main show, or you can head over to, of course, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can subscribe there. I'm going to try and get the main show back up and running after the first of the year. Some of you may know that I changed job roles at Red Hat. I actually just passed 5 years at Red Hat just a few weeks ago, enjoying some time off from that. Although, as you can tell, Red Hat is pretty much all of my wardrobe. But I'm working with our cloud partners, our CCSP partners in particular. But it's been kind of an adjustment, so things have been a little quiet. Been keeping the Fedora podcast going though, and in fact, excited that Noah Chalaya of the Ask Noah show is co-hosting with me right now. Getting a NitRam FS, that's always a good sign. Speaking of the Fedora podcast, you can go to podcast.fedoraproject.org and check out all the podcasty goodness there. We just had episode 43 about Bazite. And before then, we've had episodes on some of our hardware partners. We had a new Fedora release. Just lots of good stuff. 43 episodes deep, and we've already got Fedora podcast 44 already on the books. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do a reboot here. How about that for some on-air filler? Kernel 3.10, wow. Meanwhile, my Fedora box is running 6.12. All the more reason to get off of CentOS Linux 7, whether it's home lab or production use. Please don't run CentOS Linux 7. I don't even like the fact that I'm doing this. Okay, we do have our matrix. All right, so we're going to go ahead and cheat a little bit here. Of course, none of this is best practice. Do as I say, not as I do. What was that message? New directory. Oops. Etsy host is not in our home directory, just FYI. So as you can see, I tried doing this not too long ago and kind of hit a roadblock. So today I'm just kind of dedicated to getting that done. So okay, cool. We've got that working. See, somebody just joined from the QR code. Thank you. Let's see. What was I doing? Let's do. I had the wrong screen in focus when I started clicking keyboard shortcuts. As you can tell, I'm usually much more prepared for the main shows. So just because I'm paranoid, let's do a yum clean all, yum update, just to make sure we have all the latest packages. Oh, that's right. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Okay. So if you are running into issues moving to or making sure that your CentOS systems have all the latest updates, you do, of course, need to point to different repositories. Let's see. I need more monitors. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Welcome to the newcomers in the Discord chat. Appreciate you joining me. All right, so we've got CentOS repositories, all that good stuff. Of course, this blog suggests creating an old repo and moving start.repo to old. That should leave us with nothing. Yep. Okay. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, so we are going to do what you're not supposed to do and copy pasta from the interwebs. So we're going to create CentOS.repo. Oh no! Have to use VI instead of Vim. Oh, that's right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Okay, because don't really need our VNC terminal at this point. We'll keep it open here just in case. So what we'll do here is we'll make this a little bit bigger. And if you're like me and you're getting a little bit older, we'll even increase the font size a little bit. Of course, it's weird that it increases the window size too. I wish it didn't do that. Okay, so we're going to actually SSH over to root at ITG old matrix. Oh. Get rid of these old entries here. And that's what we want. Okay. Really excited. So, question in the chat is, what matrix server am I using? So what I'm trying to do is I've got these really old backups, and I know that Matrix is very particular about having certain keys involved in order to join the Matrix Federation. So what I'm trying to do is I've got a CentOS Linux 7 system here, which makes me cringe, that I'm trying to get up and running so I can restore these backups so I can hopefully get just a Matrix server back up and running. This is just the Synapse server, and I'm using what I used before was a Matrix Docker Ansible deploy GitHub repository. The folks there are doing great work. I just hope that I can get my old junk back up and running. All right, so and we ran into copy paste issues. So now let's go to etc.yum.repos.d. And I will try and keep an eye on the chat. It's just way over there. So now we should just have the old repo. Yep. CentOS repo. Of course, Vim's not found because we need the Vim enhanced package. And to do that, we need to be able to have repos. So we've got our signing key, vault.centos.org. That looks right. Updates, CentOS Plus, extras, fast track. Yes, all that stuff looks good. Of course, I didn't see any nefarious URLs or anything in there because we just did copy paste from a random blog post here that I'm borrowing from. And I'll try and link as much of this as I can in the show notes later. Okay. So let's try that again. Hey, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, K3S is very tempting here. But I figured getting the old stuff back online first would be better. All right, so GCore GmbH is blog. Yeah, you'll get to watch me create show notes here on the fly, a little behind the scenes, if you've ever watched my podcast. Oh. And let's grab the GitHub URL while that's updating. Matrix, Docker, Ansible, deploy. But once I get like a K3S cluster or K8s or OpenShift or something, or at least maybe a Fedora server, I want to move my Matrix server over into something a little bit more resilient, something like a Podman pod, or at least something with Ansible automation. Okay. Okay, I've had the Discord link up for a little bit. Let's just in case somebody jumps on that's more active on Matrix. Of course, 239 packages. This will take a minute, but trying to think what else we've got going on here. So in case you're just joining, pull up the chat again. So in case you're just joining, I've got a CentOS Linux 7, soon to be 7. Latest virtual machine here. It's running on as a VM on my Unraid server here in my home lab. It's Dell R720, I believe. And in fact, so we've got IT guy, old Matrix server that we're running right now. I just decided why not? We'll give it 128 gigs of RAM, 12 gigs of RAM, 128 gig disk, 6 virtual CPUs because I'm lazy and bored with watching things take their time. I've got a 2 gig internet connection here, so we're trying to make this go as quickly as possible. My hope is a lot of this is just plug and play. Get the old Matrix server up and running, make sure I get any backups and anything that I need, especially that it's some kind of a signing key. I forget off the top of my head. We'll get there in a little bit here in our getting started guide. But yeah, stream looks solid. And yes, I am running on my MacBook Pro today, but it was already hooked up to the dock, and so I just didn't move it. While I'm on PTO right now, I just didn't want to, just in case I got a random call that says, "Hey, we need this doc from you," or "You forgot to submit this report." Just wanted my work system up and running. In fact, let me go ahead and take my name down so you can kind of see the very bottom of the screen. I'm running Tmux here. I've got my local Fedora system. I've got all my backup data here. I've got an SSH to my Unraid box, and then of course the CentOS Linux 7 system that hopefully only runs for a few weeks before we blow it away. Okay, so that's done. And just because I'm paranoid, let's do a yum auto remove. Interesting. There we go. Let's make sure that works. Of course not. And that's why, because we've now got CentOS -Vault. See, folks, all the more reason to get off of old garbage sooner than later. I shouldn't call it garbage. Rel 7, CentOS 7 were my workhorses for so many years. Let's move CentOS based CentOS based back. Let's see if that fixed it. All right, let's do a reboot here on the server and while that server is rebooting, I'll see why the Discord isn't capturing the YouTube chat. I'm not sure. That sounds like something to fix later. All right, so our server's back up. So let's go ahead and get reconnected. And just for good measure, let's do yum clean all. Make sure it's pulling in. It isn't. Okay, so etsy yum repos. Let's do CentOS star.repo. Yes, 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 yes. And let's move CentOS.back to CentOS.repo. And then do a yum clean all and a yum update. Oops. And there we go. That looks good. And let's do yum auto remove to clean up any junk. Okay, now I can do yum installed. Let's do vim enhance. Let's do git. Let's do Ansible. Oh, let's go with that for now. That should be all we need. I didn't do attack Y. Oh, I did. So Ratty says CentOS 7, that lived way too long. It was so popular everywhere, at least here in Finland where RHEL is more rare. CentOS was the dominating version. Yeah, it's very, very much so. Uh-oh. GPG key retrieval failed. Couldn't open the file. This is why you should always upgrade your stuff. RPG key. And that's in the EPEL repository. That's interesting. What if we did an Apple release? Okay, well, let's try that again. Yeah, Rail 10 is on the way. It's actually in public beta right now. I'm planning on testing it out here in the near future. CentOS Stream 10 is out. Fedora, gosh, what version of Fedora are we on? 42, I think. 41. But yeah, this will be nice. Get off the CentOS 7 box here. And now that we've got our package manager working correctly here, we've got all this. So this server used to live out on DigitalOcean. That's why it says do-matrix. So we're going to do an SCP on do-matrix, and we're going to put it, root directory should be fine. So itg old mtrx, put it in the root directory, put in our password, copy that over. Let's get rid of apple.back now. Okay, now do-matrix is copying over. We'll check on that here in a minute because I know it's like 10 gigs. Although it's on a 10 gig backplane, so it shouldn't take too terribly long. Okay, so we're going to use an Ansible playbook to install matrix services. We'll need several requirements, one of which I think is going to be an SSH key, which we'll need to do here in a minute. We might try and follow the quick start guide just in case here. Go ahead and open that up. So in case anybody wants to follow along. Yeah, my Discord integration's broken. That's interesting. Gotta love it. I'm gonna leave that up on the screen for a minute. So we need Ansible, we need the passlib Python library. Let's see if we can go ahead and install that ahead of time here. Should be Python passlib on CentOS based on RHEL based systems, I believe. Git we've already got. Hey, there it is. I'm hoping that this is going to work. And then if you're following along at home and you want, there is the blog that I looked up to get the URLs for the CentOS repository vault. Again, we're building some show notes here, so we should be good. I probably won't put in chapter markers, though, just saying. How is our copy going? It's stalled. That's what you want to hear. There we go. Let's try just file maybe, and pwordgen. It may be just file. Interesting. Okay. So that looks like something custom that they wrote. But we do have pwgen on their x86 server, CentOS, Rocky Elmo, blah, 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 blah. HTTPS capable web server. So at itguyeric.com, I have a WordPress instance, so that's good. Already got all the DNS stuff done. Don't believe we have a firewall running. Oh, it is running. Let's just stop that for now. Again, do as I say, not as I do. Before we configure our DNS, because we're still waiting on that. Did that copy finish? It did. Okay. Okay, let's untar the matrix docker Ansible deploy repository. That's got all of our... Okay, and then let's move matrix over to our matrix directory. Thank you all for that are hanging out watching. Had the matrix QR code up there for a while. I'll throw the Discord link up there. And we're waiting on that to run, so let's check out the quick start guide here. So mine will be matrix.itguyeric.com. I think it's Eric at itguyeric.com. So we've got the playbook. My hope is that the configuration just works. It won't work that way, I'm sure, but we're going to try. Excuse me. Yeah, the quick start guide just makes it sound so easy. I will say that a couple of years ago when I first set this up, it was a lot easier than I was fearing. Okay, so One of the next things we'll need to do did I leave myself some notes? Nope. Borg backup. Config. Check out the data directory. Okay, nothing really readable there. Matrix. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do, I created myself a script. Oh, it's just got that really long, gnarly command there. Okay. Let's do ansible.cfg. Okay. Group vars, inventory. So one thing I can think that we'll need first is an inventory. So matrix.itguy.com. That looks like a public IP address, so I would imagine that if we go to what's my IP.org, I have a feeling that we're going to want the public IP address here. 34.200.68. Hopefully none of you take this and try and hack my account. I would not appreciate that. So a few of us nerds hanging out on the stream, appreciate that. If you see me do something stupid, please feel free to point it out. So I think it's under host vars matrix. Okay, so itguyeric.com, synapse, email is correct. Next connection, the shared buffer. What I'm looking for is there's an old SSH. Oh, that's a matrix Borg backup key. So I use Borg to back this up. That's good to know. That may come into play a little bit later, but I think there's an SSH key in here. So there we're setting up Grafana. You know what? That already said false. Okay, so we don't want to disable any, or we don't want to really enable any bridges or anything on the first run. What I really just want to get going here is just get my matrix server back. Okay, so Ansible SSH user was root, ID, RSA, DO. We're not going to use that one. No hup. Let's just do a straight RSA token here. Okay, of course that directory doesn't exist, so we're going to make dir.sh. And then if I remember correctly, it is chmod 700. Let's find out. .ssh is in fact 700. What do you know? Some things you just don't ever forget. Okay, so in .ssh, let's do an SSH keygen 4096. Public private RSA key pair, ID RSA, empty, okay. I mean, is that it? Are we ready? Let's stick to the docs here. I think a lot of the DNS type stuff is set up already. Yeah, like I know all those still exist, all the ones that I plan on using. Server records should still exist. getting the playbook. We've got an old version of the playbook here in hopes that we can get this working. As here. Using Git to get the playbook. Gotta love technology. Okay, so downloading it as a playbook or as a zip archive, we don't want to do that. You can configure. We've already got that directory. No, we don't want to customize anything. We just want to run the dadgum server. We'll set up a brand new one later. File storage, bridging other networks, spots, administration. Seeing a few of y'all hanging out on New Year's Eve. It's pretty cool. I'm glad to see that live coding's still a thing. So where do I go next? Oh, there we go. I'm going to assume that all of this is still set up correctly. So said something about just package. CentOS 7 package just. I don't want to use snaps. About a yum search just. For details about just commands, why don't we read the documentation, Eric? It's something that they developed. I'm not sure if I want to open up that can of worms. Okay, so Ansible Galaxy is installed. And this is just something cool that they did. I don't know that I want to roll down that particular. Let's jump back to the prerequisites here. Just. Yeah, let's not. That sounds cool and sounds like something for another day. All right, so this is installing. Git pull, ingest roles, or make roles if you have make program on computer. If you don't, install matrix server and services. All right, so let's. This isn't going to work on the first try. I can tell you that already, but. Hey, there we go. I like that. Okay, installing a server into which you'll import old data. Okay, so that's what we want. We want tags install all. Yep, we made it super far. Oh, you know what? Let's go into Home Lab. Go to my Unify network here, because for now, what I want to do, I do not recommend this, so I will be shutting this off later, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to port forward I'm going to do a port forward to there we go. Oh, please don't leave this set up in your home labs here, but I'm going to port forward. .168.1.167. So for the time being here, I want to port forward port 22 from my Unify gateway to my local box. That scares me, but we're just trying to get this up and running. Cannot remote to host. Make sure this host can be reached over SSH. Permission denied. SSH key. We did tell it. Permission denied. Public key. No password. Data could not be sent. Okay, let's try this outside of 136.34.200.68. Okay. So then let's do, I think I know what I forgot. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So we need to do an SSH copy ID. We'll have to do this to ourselves here. Root at 36.34.200.68. We created the key. I don't think I typed the password right because I was talking. We created the SSH key, but we didn't like install it. Aha. Okay, so now we should get a connection. There you go. Not only do you have to create an SSH key, but you actually have to install it. Doesn't that help? So just some fun information about my network. I use Namecheap for my DNS provider. I use Tailscale when I'm traveling to get back into my network. I use an Nginx proxy manager to get to some of my internal stuff outside my network. It'll also manage the matrix stuff when I'm done. Pi-hole serves as my I think I said, my public DNS is Namecheap. My internal DNS is Pi-hole along with all the other Pi-hole amazingness. Unify for my network. So I've got access points. I've got Google Fiber 2 gig. So I've got access points. I've got security cameras, that kind of thing running on Unify. And then, of course, as I mentioned, um, I've got my Unraid server acting as storage and application server right now. So that shockingly worked. Biggest issue we had was the SSH key. Oh, goodness. All right, so do not just run the recipe, just install instead, because it automatically starts services. See differences. Okay, when this command completes, services won't be running yet. Okay. So I don't think we'll need the quick start. And I don't think we'll need that tab anymore. So let's see what we got. Oop. So let's look at our SQLite database. I want to say I use PostgreSQL. You know how awesome this would be if I could get this running? Oh, okay. So yeah, I may. All right. This. Oh, yep. There it is. PostgreSQL. Haha. I really wished I had stuff like this when I was just starting out as a sysadmin, kind of getting to see the behind the scenes stuff. Of course, it would have made me feel better if I watched someone as dumb as me trying to set this stuff up. I wouldn't have felt so bad. All right, so we'll want to import the PostgreSQL database, and we'll probably got a media store in here somewhere. So compressed, my matrix backup was 8 gigs. So we'll see how long this takes. I'm so excited. Get this up and running, be able to chat via Matrix again, and then stand up something that I can automate and keep moving forward, like a Fedora server or something. Migrate my Synapse server there. Or, I mean, for all I know, Unraid may have a Synapse image. As much as I like having servers here running at home, there's this constant balance between how much do I want to be the sysadmin at home. The answer is I really don't. As much as possible, I want this stuff to be automated. I want it to take care of itself. Like even Jarvis, my remote Fedora server, is set to install security updates nightly and all other updates over the weekend and reboot itself anytime it needs to. And then I've got a script that reestablishes my tmux session. That way, when I log back in, either from my work computer, which I'm using now, or my personal computer, all I have to do is just SSH in and attach to the most recent tmux session. And so I don't even have to log back into things. So it's just this constant balance of how much do I really want to manage, and so. So we're going to move that all. I'm not sure if you heard that, but my dog just rolled over into my wall. Okay. How are we doing on storage here? 35% use? That's not bad. 22 gigs. So over on Twitch, Dr. Gamer Plays just gave me a subscription. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Happy New Year's Eve. Hopefully you've got some fun things planned, and that watching this idiot try and rebuild a matrix server isn't all you've got going on. All right, so let's see what we got here. So at one point I had Slack and Discord set up. I had Beeper running with LinkedIn, Element Client, of course. Looks like I had Facebook, Google Chat, Signal, Telegram, Twitter, Discord. Looks like I tried all the things back in the day. Nginx proxy. There's our Postgres database, Prometheus, Redis. Okay, so we had all the things. Like I said, today the hope is to just get a matrix server up and running. Which, before we dive into that, if you haven't already, head over to podcast.itguyeric.com. Give me a subscription. You can get to the video version of the big show, the IT Guy show, or you can catch the audio version. I'm on most audio players, so feel free to give me a follow there. I think we've only got about 8 episodes of the main show going, but I'm hoping to follow up with that here in the new year. Okay, so let's see. Next thing we want to do is import an existing Postgres database from another installation. So we've got all of our files here under matrix Postgres, so let's follow what it says. Okay, so the database name must match, which we're using the exact same configuration file, so that should work. Okay, so here it says just you're using the just command. So maybe so we're going to do Ansible playbook tag I. We're going to do roots. Goodness. It's under do matrix dash docker. Inventory hosts. Goodness. Setup, I'm guessing. Again, this is a temporary install. Setup.yaml tags equal import Postgres server path. Okay, so well, I appreciate it. The doctor in the house says I'm not an idiot, so that makes me feel better. All right, so we're going to do tags. We're going to import Postgres as extra vars. We're going to do server path Postgres dump. I'm going to guess that this is my dump file. So that'd be under matrix. And of course, I'm just being playful. And I know I'm not an idiot, just not the brightest out there. And we're going to assume that's the dump file, vars equals Postgres default. import database equals, I'm going to assume that I kept the names correct. Let's see what happens. So Dr. Gamer Plays is working on a small 3D game, and my friend's PC blue screened when he went to add the fog. Oh no. Oh, yep. Didn't quite work here. Variable needs to be provided to this playbook. Server path Postgres dump variable needs to be provided to this playbook via extra args. I'm guessing that was a typo then. So let's do this. Ansible playbook -I. Those I use tab complete. So then we're going to do tags import Postgres. Do extra vars. Oops. Let's do this. Extra vars, and then we'll do server path Postgres dump equals. Is it two? Yeah, it is equal sign. Okay. Oh, and then you know what? We're in the matrix directory, so let's do Postgres, and then so I haven't run this since June of 2022. Therein lies part of the problem here. And then this should be correct. So let's try that again. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, still, file cannot be found. Okay, so I was afraid of that. No biggie. We'll just go in here and instead of a dot, let's give it the absolute path. So it'd be matrix Postgres, and then that file here. Let's just hope it was a typo and then an issue with a absolute path. All right, so blue means nothing changes. Green means that it was successful. And now, ensure matrix Postgres is started. Could not find the requested service matrix Postgres host. Now that's a different error, so I'm going to assume that's progress. Oh, interesting. And obviously red is bad. Yeah, this is trying to troubleshoot. Matrix Postgres. Does it even exist? Service could not be found. So did I jump the gun here? Did we not? So we didn't install all. So where did it error out? Set Postgres default import database if not provided. I'm not sure why it skipped that. So the dump file exists. Do I need to do a start on everything and then maybe do a start to create everything, then stop it? Let's see. So we did the install all. And as I recall, that worked. Let's see what this warning is about. Nice thing about Ansible is it doesn't change anything too drastic. That's not what I wanted. Let's rerun command 129, which needed to be done from root backup directory. Let's try this. Let's double check. Make sure we didn't miss any errors. Everything's okay or skipped. Run this command. Make sure to replace server path to Postgres dump file with the file path on your server. So we need to do attack I to get to the host file. And then we need to point out the setup.yml file. Then we're going to do tags import Postgres, extra vars, server, path, Postgres dump. I think there's a typo there. Let's try that again. Matrix Postgres host. Set Postgres import database if not provided. Fail if doesn't exist. Check if... You know what? I wonder, since the pathing is all the same, I wonder, since the paths are all the same, if I need to do any of the imports at all. So you know what? I may hate myself. Let's see. How about unraid create VM backup? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to be smart, and we're going to learn from Dr. Gamer's friends here. We're going to shut down the server right now, and then we're going to go to mount. Sorry for those of you watching. ITG01 is my unraid box, and I'm logged in there. We're going to go to. Ooh, that's terrible. ISO. That is terrible coloring. Domains. Oh, there we go. CD domains. Actually, ITG dev is an old server. We're just going to straight up make a copy of the disk. Let's do disk image. What are we getting ready to do? Let's do VM disk 1 dash .img.back. Thank you, Doctor. And I had no idea this has been going on for an hour and a half. So for those of you that are hanging out watching, thank you so much for joining me. But yeah, reminder to save and hydrate. Luckily, I've been hydrating as we go, although it's almost empty. But yeah, we're definitely making a backup of our virtual machine here because I want to try and just do a start on our matrix instance here, and we'll see what blows up. So while this is backing up, I think I will take the doctor up on his recommendations, their recommendations, um, and take a quick break. So I'll keep the stream going. So I'm going to go fill up my water, and I'll be back here in just a minute. We'll kick this off. All right, so we're still waiting on that disk backup. Don't worry, Dr. Gamer. I've got a full bottle of water here. And I see Nate, the Iron sysadmin, is giving me some junk there in the chat. Should ban him from the channel. So, if you're just tuning in, we're setting up a matrix server on CentOS Linux 7. It's old, it's clunky, it's scary, but basically my thought is I've got backups of my old matrix server that we found out I haven't run since June of 2022. Um, and so I'm hoping to I'm trying to recreate that environment best I can, running on CentOS Linux 7. Just get everything back up and running. If I can get it up and running, if I can chat on the Matrix Federation, then I can focus on rebuilding. Onto something a little bit more stable, a little bit more future proof, maybe a Fedora server, CentOS Stream 10 with, say, Ansible playbooks, or if we really get crazy with this home lab, maybe a Kubernetes or OpenShift cluster. Um, and then just some way to kind of keep it up and running. But for now, we're just trying to get the old working so I can see what I need from my backups and what I don't. So we've been getting an error doing the Postgres database import, but I have a feeling that maybe since all the paths are exactly the same, that maybe we don't need to do the import. But before we do the scary start command with our Ansible playbook, decided to shut down the CentOS Linux 7 box and do a backup. So that's what we're doing. We're literally just I've got an Unraid server, a Dell R720. That right now what we're watching is uh, literally a file for file backup, or just a full backup of the virtual machine image. So the sysadmin, or the Iron sysadmin asks, was the old server Synapse? Yes. So the old Matrix server was running on Synapse, and in fact, we're using the Matrix Docker Ansible deploy um, GitHub repository to try and deploy this using an Ansible playbook. I used this back in 2022. It worked great. So that was 2.5 years ago. And back in the day, I had bridges set up to LinkedIn, Facebook, Slack, Discord. It worked really, really well. So we're using that setup to try and rebuild this. And trust me, Iron sysadmin, I'm ashamed and terrified that I've actually got a semi-production CentOS Linux 7 box running in my home lab. So meanwhile, Dr. Gamer has been trying to get a Windows XP image running on VMware. I'm terrified to ask why, or if you've had any luck. I mean, the only thing older than CentOS Linux 7 is Windows XP, right? If these coding sessions are successful, I might try and get like a mumble room set up or something so folks can tag along, because I'm hoping to not just get an old Matrix server rebuilt, but as you can see, I've only got the old Matrix server. I've got my virtual Fedora desktop running. I'd like to get a low power GPU for it, so I can use it as like an actual so I can use it as an actual workstation. Maybe it'd be a good way to remote back in home to. But I mean, hey, if AWS can run virtual workstations, why can't I? So obviously, this is just my first foray back into my home lab here. Decided that has nothing to do with the new year. Trust me. This was just when I had time and energy to work on this. Um, but just wanting to dive back into my home lab, I've run into some issues with some of the subscriptions that I use, and just I'm diving back into the open source world and figure, hey, I'm a content creator. Why not actually create content? So Nate, the Iron sysadmin, says my old server Trixie was on Synapse, and I always had issues with performance, so I set up trix.ironsysadminx on Dendrite. And I know where this is going. Sure enough, then Dendrite lost some support, and I'm praying it doesn't die. I'm not sure how easy it would be to migrate from Dendrite back to Synapse, so I'm kind of glad that the Dendrite lost support in between projects. So the disk copy is complete. So now we literally have a backup of our virtual image. So we have everything, all 128 gigs of it. So I guess next thing I should do is probably start the virtual machine again. All right, so actually I could have just used the versh command, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure unraid is just using libvirt under the hood. But we'll give that a few moments to start up, and then we'll SSH back in, and we'll blow up the universe. So if you haven't, head over to my YouTube channel. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. You can also go to podcast.itguyeric.org and subscribe to the audio version of the main show. There's 8 episodes right now. Took a few months off while I was changing job roles, and we'll hopefully try and get that up and running in the future. Maybe I'll drag my buddy Nate onto the show to talk about RHEL or talk about sysadmin. You can also catch me over on the Fedora podcast. I'm one of the hosts there, podcast.fedoraproject.org. We just published episode 43 about Bazite using Fedora as a gaming distribution. And then, so we've got some, don't know if I can say yet, but we've got a hardware partner that I'm really, really excited to talk about as far as Fedora goes. In fact, I'm hoping to get one of their devices in the new year. And then, last but not least, before we get back into it, I'm kicking off a faith-based podcast called Faithful Focus. So if you are a person of faith, or if you're curious about what it means to have a faith-based lifestyle, definitely check out the Faithful Focus podcast. You can also join my Discord. There's the QR code. Or since we're talking about Matrix, you can also join me in the Matrix room. So hopefully those two systems will be bridged at some point using what we're doing today, which is another reason why I started with the revitalizing the Matrix server over anything. All right, so our CentOS 7.9 box is up and running again. We've got a backup, so I don't feel too bad about going in and doing what I'm about to do here. We're going to jump into. So this is the backup of the GitHub repository from about 2.5 years ago. So now I'm going to grab the Ansible playbook command. Let's go ahead and rerun that just to make sure everything's still working. Since Ansible doesn't make any changes unless it needs to, everything should show up as okay or skipped. And Nate confirms that there is no migration path from Dendrite to Synapse. So, I'm not sure what you'd do in that situation. I'm so sorry. I was kind of nervous kicking this off. I'd never done a live coding, live labbing before, so. But a lot of the pressure is off because this is a ridiculously long live stream, and I'm bound to make a bunch of mistakes. So not as much pressure as doing an actual podcast. Kind of nice. So we're going to ensure the Matrix users are created, and then we're going to run that all too scary start command here. Let's see what happens. This is why we have a backup. Skipping a lot. Let's see, it's skipping a lot of the bridges. Got some green in there. Interesting. Uh-oh, there it is. I knew it couldn't be that easy. All right, so ensure matrix services are stopped. Matrix mailer, matrix Postgres. Let's see, matrix mailer, matrix Postgres, matrix Redis. Okay. Apparently, the Iron sysadmin is bailing out at a pivotal moment in this process because a 10-year-old wants waffles. I want some waffles now. Okay, so it says to do the installation without starting services, run Ansible playbook with the install all tag only. Do not just see. This is why I don't like that they created a tool around their tool, but they didn't ask. And then proceed to starting all services. So I wonder. Sure, matrix users created. This is a brand new services matrix server, and you won't be importing old data into it. Run these tags. Inventory host setup tags. Install all. Ensure matrix users created. Start. So we'll do a full installation. Start all matrix services. And this is when my tab management starts to just die off. Okay, so Ansible, passlib, git, just recommended, yada yada yada, Python, sudo, https. So we've got all the packages, but the weird thing is the Docker command's not found, and neither is Podman. So I have a feeling we missed something somewhere. Installing a server into which you'll import old data. Set up tags, ensure matrix users created, and start. I have a feeling we missed something. Importing Postgres. We'll hang on to those tabs just in case, but we don't want to use just. Let's go to docs, and let's go back to getting the playbook and see if we missed some kind of configuration command. Okay, we don't need the show notes for a moment, so let's go ahead and make that larger. Interesting, there's ChatGPT integration. This will be so nice when we get up to a newer version. Okay, I'm not going to be able to find it this way, so let's drop down here, and let's go into the docs directory, see the table of contents. Okay, so let's configure the playbook. I feel like we missed a step in here. When you're done with the configuration, you'd like to continue with installing. Yeah, let's go to installing. all upstream Ansible roles defined in the requirements.yaml rule. Okay, so it has an update command. So if we update, so it's definitely skipping all the bridges, which is good because I don't want to set up any bridges at this point. Okay. Git pull and just roles or make roles if you have a make program, roles galaxy, install oh, here we go. If you don't have either just tool or make program, you can run the Ansible Galaxy tool directly. Aha! We did miss a command. Okay, and so anything under roles is Galaxy under here? Okay, so we don't have to delete a directory that doesn't exist. So what we need to do is Ansible Galaxy install -r requirements -p roles Galaxy force. Okay. Docs examples. So where's the requirements directory, or where's the requirements file? Inventory, vars, matrix, vars. So where is the requirements file? You know what I'm wondering is if that's an old, or if that's something new that they just did. So, because I don't see requirements anywhere. So, what if we under support, backups, DO matrix, let's go ahead and expand this tar. Because I think what we're going to have to do, license makefile readme setup, docs, install. Okay, let's move this over here. Sorry for the crazy window shuffling. Okay. Okay, so should call this down here. All right, so let's do a history on Ansible playbook. Oops. So we've done the install all. Okay, so we need to do setup -all. Okay. Ansible Galaxy thing will be nice, but we're not there yet. Okay, so what we need is an Ansible playbook, tag inventory hosts, setup.yaml tags equals setup all. This should configure everything, and then we can try our SQL or our Postgres database import. So if you don't do a lot of sysadmin work, I'm hoping that this is going to be helpful. You can kind of see, obviously I'm going to run into a lot of issues. I haven't worked with a a self-hosted matrix server in 2.5 years. So I'm obviously going to run into issues. So hopefully, getting to watch me work through the process. I jokingly say that I was one of the worst sysadmins ever. That's why I work in technical marketing, to try and help others become better. So okay, yeah, there it is. Now it's installing Docker. Perfect. We missed a step. Not a big deal. Cool. But what I was saying was, hopefully, if you're new to IT, or if you don't do a lot of sysadmin work, hopefully learning from some of the patterns that I'm using, like some of the troubleshooting methods, hopefully that helps. Uh, Hopefully that helps you kind of understand some of the processes, some of the things to think about, how to work on, how to work through issues when you get the dreaded red text. But yeah, I'm hoping this is helpful. This has actually gone better than I expected, and hasn't taken as long as expected, surprisingly. But okay, so now Docker's installed, and now it's setting up some of the other services. But okay, so now we're doing setup. It helps if you're using old code to use the old documentation as well. So now it's pulling old Postgres images. What's going to be interesting is, after this, if we can get this up and running today and let it run for a few weeks, what's going to be interesting is if I can just pull down the latest GitHub code and rerun it, and it update everything, because I think that's going to be the next step. Get this up and running, be able to talk on a federated network, use my account, um, share room memberships and that kind of thing, and then from there, update all the containers and whatnot, um, to the latest version by downloading the latest, by doing a git pull, and then migrating to a supported stack. So that's kind of my thinking, but that's going to be it's going to be a couple of weeks, because at some point I have to get back to work. But I want this to cook for a few weeks before we try anything. This is actually very reassuring here. Skipping a lot, but I see a bunch of green too. Yeah, upgrading Postgres will be a pain, I'm sure, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, Iron Sysadmin says there's database conversions and stuff to do that he's never tackled. Yeah, yeah, I'm hoping that that's built into the process. But it's also been 2.5 years, and there's been plenty of work on this Ansible playbook, on this stack of Ansible playbooks, we should really say. So we'll see what happens. Nope, something now it's making some changes. That's hopefully a good sign. The good news is, if I just overwrote all the existing data, I still got the tar files, and worst case, I've got local copy here on my workstation. So hopefully we'll be in good shape. Server config installed failure, unhandled exception. Error, original message, unhandled exception occurred while templating. So it's a Jinja error. It's class, original message, unhandled plugin template. Doo-doo. Original message, no test name equal to. So it's a missing test. Interesting. So I'm just kind of skimming this to see if there's any. Okay, and so something I want to try and play with here is using ChatGPT as kind of a troubleshooting aid. I wouldn't even know where to begin troubleshooting a Jinja error like that. Which, if you're new, Ansible is a infrastructure as code tool that you can create playbooks that do certain tasks. Jinja is a templating language. Basically, what that means is you can put bracket, bracket, server name, closing bracket, and then feed it a list of server names. So Jinja helps you create templates for Ansible playbooks. That's a very, very short and very contrived explanation, but hopefully that kind of. And so it looks like there's a test that's supposed to run, an equal to test that's supposed to run against a Jinja 2 exception. So what I want to try and do is see if ChatGPT can help, because we live in the world of AI. So why not give it a try? Matrix apps. Running the setup all tag. Fatal. That just doesn't sound great. So we'll grab that. And then all right, we'll put AI to work for us. Okay, so far it's kind of confirmed what I was suspecting, that there's no equal to test for Jinja 2 template used by Ansible Engine. So first we can check the Jinja 2 version, which is 2.7.2. The version is below 2.8. Consider upgrading. Oh, this is going to get messy quick. If you're using a virtual environment, activated upgrade Jinja 2 using pip. So we're not using a Python virtual environment, so let's just do a yum search for Jinja 2. So let's do a yum info python-jinja2.noarch. So we're running the latest version here. And so we're using Ansible 2.9. If upgrading isn't feasible, you can delete or you can define a custom Jinja 2 test named equal to. Hey, that's what we want. I have mixed feelings about the whole AI thing. Create a directory named filter plugins in your Ansible project. If it doesn't exist inside filter plugins, create a Python file, custom filters.py with the following content. So we'll gear out that. This defines a custom filter. So Iron Sysadmin says that it's probably CentOS 7 biting me. Yes, because we're running an outdated version of Jinja. Create a directory named filter plugins in your Ansible project. What should be the path to the filter plugins directory? Should be the absolute path. All right, let's try this. Path to your Ansible project. Filter plugins. So it's saying it would be here, but I find that I don't think that would be right. Ansible matrix setup filter plugins. And see this here in you see the beauty of using an AI like ChatGPT, because it identified the problem and gave us a few solutions, and then you ask it a simple question, a clarifying question. It's just like, let me barf all this information on you, because none of it will help. Actually, I wonder if this will give us an idea. An unhandled exception occurred. Let's see if it gives us a path of any sort. Probably not. Templates, synapse, home server.yaml.jinja2. Okay, so that's the file that it's testing. Original message and unhandled exception, blah, blah, blah. Dum, 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 dum. You know what? Sometimes it helps to just not argue with the technology. So let's do like it says and just put it right here. And filter plugins, and then it says create a Python file, custom filters.py. Okay. This defines a custom filter that mimics the equal to test. I love how it tells me to always make sure your stuff's up to date. No kidding. Okay, so that'll take a minute, so I'll address the question in chat here. So Nate, the Iron Sysadmin says, why not convert it to something that'll at least give you EL8 or deploy to EL9, then restore your backup? So that's, I thought about that, but my only concern with that is like EL9 doesn't use Docker by default. It's Podman. I was thinking about going with version 8, but my concern was running older versions of Docker containers like Postgres on a newer host. If this doesn't get us any progress, that's definitely plan B. Just because we are so limited to using CentOS Linux 7, which, if you haven't been listening, is end of life. So if you're using it in your home lab or in production, God forbid, please upgrade to something else. But I took my approach as literally as possible, like trying to rebuild an identical server to what I was running on DigitalOcean 2.5 years ago. So my hope is that this just gets up and running, and then once I have a working instance, then I can create updated backups and move those to an updated OS. So the joke right now is that Podman on Red Hat based operating systems like Fedora, CentOS Stream, and RHEL, a few versions back, Docker was replaced with Podman, which I think is far superior. and a bunch of folks do as well. But so I agree that running Podman would be superior. Running a newer operating system would be superior. Just running CentOS Linux 7 and trying to get this instance running based on that was an assumption I made when I started this project a couple of hours ago. Although Nate says that he's run both Synapse and Dendrite via Podman. So that's really reassuring, because back when I started using this particular Ansible playbook, they said that Podman wasn't supported. So that may have changed. So what I'm saying is I like pain. Kinda. No, I'd much rather. Although since I have the dump files from Postgres SQL Server, it may be easier than I thought to do an import. Yeah, and oh, poo poo. Okay, so that's not where it's looking for. So what if we look at roles? So we got the same error. Ensure Synapse home server config is installed. So under roles, matrix Synapse, templates. Yeah, and Nate, that's kind of the difference, is that initially there wasn't a lot of documentation, easy documentation to set up all the bridges and everything. So I found this Ansible playbook on GitHub that worked really, really well. And so the playbook was nice, unless you don't. And yeah, so moving forward, I'd want to use a kube generate on Podman to set this up. So I'm just really trying to get this old system up and running. So looking at roles, matrix synapse templates, under Synapse, Prometheus home server, systemd, user local bin. So right there's what the issue is. Reduce the main workers offerings to core home server business. Matrix Synapse workers enabled lists. Select attribute type equal to Federation sender, media repository, pusher. I wonder if we can just bypass those tests. Because send Federation false. So really, we just need to figure out where this filter plugins directory needs to live. Let's see. Similar issue was discussed in the Ansible GitHub repository stack. Oop. Gotta love Stack Overflow. Create one file in the test plugins directory. Defaults, files, tasks, templates, vars. txt, yada, 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 yada. Templates, vars. Okay, so once again, it doesn't tell me where to put this. We'll could I install Jinja 2.8 on OS Linux 7? We'll see if we can just files identified in the lib Ansible template. Doesn't seem like an Ansible, but an issue with the environment. Yes. Wonder, pip show, Jinja 2. Yeah, because I'm not using pip for any of this. Can you run the following commands on the controller? User lib python 2.7 site packages jinja tests.py. Ooh, maybe that's where it needs to live. Jinja 2, which I did before, I've installed version 2.10 of Jinja, but the Python command suggests that there seems to be two. And of course, the conversation continues on IRC. Love it. That does not help. So let's go see what ChatGPT said about installing Jinja 2.8. I don't want to install pip. That just opens up a huge bag of worms. Of course, it'll create compatibility issues. Yeah, because see, then if we change the Jinja version, then we got to somehow change Ansible as well. Python interpreter. I'm open to ideas. If you're running Ansible, make sure it uses Python environment where Jinja 2.28 is installed. You can configure the Okay, so that just sounds like a big old mess. Okay. So I have a feeling we're close with this filter plugins directory. I just don't know where it needs to live. This is not very specific. Define a custom Jinja 2 test. Create a directory named filter plugins in your Ansible project if it doesn't exist. Create a Python file with the following content. It finds a custom filter that mimics the equal to test, but it doesn't say where in the Ansible project it needs to live. Hmm. So let's see if it's as easy as just updating the ansible.cfg file. Defaults path to Python. Path to virtual for system-wide pip install. User bin Python. You know what? It may be as easy. It may be that easy. Okay, let's try it. So we'll go with option 1 here. We'll do yum install on Python 2. Install pip. Heaven help me, what a mess. Then we'll do a pip install upgrade pip just to make sure that we got the latest version possible. Of course, there's problem with the SSL certificate, probably because it's not used anymore. So we'll just hope that this part works. Pip install Jinja 2 equals 2.8. So we'll be specific. Could not find a version. Of course not. No matching distribution found for Jinja 2. Okay. Well, doo-doo on that. So the other option here is that we install from source. Okay. All right, so we'll cd into the directory there, and then we'll do a Python setup -py install. Well, that seemed to have worked. Whoa, that worked really well. Okay. Maybe we just try it again then. cd do matrix docker. Okay. And then we do Ansible playbook, setup all. All right, while that runs, I want to step away for just a moment. All right. So while that's running, see if I can get my Discord integration working here. Because what's IT work without multitasking, right? All right, this is kind of where we ran into our problem earlier. Let's see if it works. Don't mind me while this is running. I'm just fixing the Discord integration. Hey, that should work now. There, now it's working. Hey! I may not have a Matrix server yet, but I got the Discord integration working with Restream. You know, I think that might have worked because it was working on Nginx proxy and Coturn. So I have a feeling that that maybe the Synapse part actually worked. So give me just a second here to finish up what I was working on with the Discord server, and we'll figure out what's going on there. Okay. Making progress. I got a Discord chat integration now. So let's jump back into our ChatGPT conversation. However, into an issue. Okay. Is it just me, or is the no test named Ni? Okay, so it's just kind of giving me the same. This should still be working. Yep, 2.8. What is coturn anyway? Okay, so let's go to the table of contents and see if we need coturn. Oh, coturn. WebRTC audio video calls. Nope, let's turn that off. We can set that up later. Thank you to those that are still hanging out. Appreciate it. Group vars, inventory. I think it's under inventory, host vars, matrix vars. There we go. Yep. Then look for coturn. Coturn enabled. For now, let's just shut her down. Okay, and now we get to try that all over again. Feel like I need to have survey questions or something for those of you that are listening. Fill in some of these long Ansible playbook runs. So I've got some cool ideas for some home lab projects, like getting Home Assistant running, replacing iCloud with Nextcloud, different things like that. But one of the ones I'm really excited about is probably a little bit more time appropriate. I run a Dungeons and Dragons campaign every other weekend for some friends here in Kansas City. And one of the things I'd like to do is take all of the source content that I have, like the Dungeon Master Guide, Tyranny of Dragons, source book, and import that into a locally hosted AI and train it to basically be like a dungeon master assistant. Yes, I can and do use ChatGPT for that, but I think it'd be so much cooler if it was something that was trainable, that was tunable, that I used here at home. Y'all, this has been going on for 2.5 hours. That is craziness. Maybe some single sign-on for all my home services for my family and I. Just a lot of cool ideas, and I think with these live coding sessions might be a good way to do that. Just kind of looking through some of the services and whether they're turned on by default or not. So Matrix client element, that should be the web client. So I could just go to a local element and log in. Matrix Postgres, that's reassuring. Email to Matrix. Looks like most of that's skipped. Good. Matrix signal we don't want. Ooh, Matrix Nginx proxy. Yeah, once we get this up and running, next time around, I'd really like to kind of part it out. A couple of years ago, I really liked having an Ansible playbook that just managed everything, but as bridges have come and gone, and as obviously my server's been offline for 2.5 years, it'd just be nice to have everything in component based Podman containers. That way I can put stuff in, pull stuff out. Components can be updated individually instead of all together. Just a lot. But one of the other nice things is instead of trying to build a new operating system and deploy a new, whoa, it worked. But what I was saying was instead of building out a new operating system with new versions and trying to get that running and then or import all the old stuff, if we can get this up and running, then I can clean out what rooms that this account is members of, if anything, clean up any of the media that's there, really get a nice clean consolidated backup, and then start worrying about trying to upgrade to newer versions. Um, okay, so let's go back to our documentation here. The older documentation, not the newer, as we learned. I don't know if we need to do a Postgres import, because if it has access to if it has access to the matrix directory, we might be okay. Let me pull this open here and let's importing Postgres. Let's try it and find out. So we need to do Ansible playbook -I inventory hosts setup.yaml. I don't trust myself to type that much. Okay, so we'll just fix it over here. Matrix, Postgres. So that would be under Matrix Postgres. Let's try and do an import. If my theory was correct and it had access to all the data, then importing the same backup won't change anything. Oh, importing alternative green. Uh-oh. Okay, perform Postgres database import. Role matrix app service Discord already exists. Role matrix. I think it had a message about that. I was kind of hoping there's going to be a PG role or something. Base global. Create database on your TV matrix. I don't even want the Discord bridge, though. That's the problem. Okay, so it's doing an import. Interesting. Matrix Postgres. You know, I'm going to go with my gut and say that it's already there since it's local. But let's check one more thing. Okay, so there's already data in the database. So why don't we move on then? Oh goodness. Here we go. Oh. False start. Let's make sure. Yep, setup. There we go. Okay. Let's try it. Here goes nothing. See, I mean, look at that. Matrix mailer, matrix Postgres, matrix Redis, matrix Synapse, yada, 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 yada. when I was new to Matrix and running my own Matrix server, I didn't want to set all that up from scratch. Wow, that actually succeeded. One change, 194 skipped, 52 okay. Wow, did that work? Well, that part didn't work. 502 bet gateway. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's matrix. Synapse. Okay. Let me think here. Let's try. See if I can invite myself to a conversation. I mean, that is my old avatar. I mean, that avatar is from before I grew out my hair and then cut my hair and then started growing it back out again. Okay. Let's check the proxy manager. Aha. Okay. So we need to update the IP address. Was it 167? Oh gosh, look at all those IP addresses now. Yeah, 167. Okay. Plain HTTP, yes. HTTP was sent to HTTPS port. Let's see. HTTP. Since it's got its own, it should be just a redirect. Oh, I see what it said. So what I'm doing here is things like Jitsi and Element are getting redirected from port 1 or from public IP address to unify to this Nginx proxy manager, and it's what I'm wanting it to do is just forward that on from to our CentOS Linux 7 box on port 80. Not forcing any SSL or anything because the matrix system itself. Well, that's interesting. Let me think. That was one of the other things that this was going to need to do was the old one was on the public internet. It was on DigitalOcean. I don't need you to tell me how to delete my cookies. So let's do this. Oh my goodness, we have a login. So matrix, so that would just be Eric, right? Matrix. Oh my gosh. Oh. Uh-oh. Matrix IT guy 429. It's from 2020. Matrix 1 EMS host. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Well, first we got to update that picture. And we'll see if that changes on the other side here. There's pictures. Put a different picture on there. Okay. For now, we'll make it very obvious which one this is. I don't think that's my username there. Oh, there it is. I wonder if that means Federation's broken. So all this these locally hosted rooms with the Discord in front of it, that's those were from bridges from when this used to exist. So if we go to fedoraproject.org, will it populate all the rooms? And I could join the Fedora podcast room from there. That doesn't bode well. I don't think Libera Chat works anymore. Linux Delta still exists. Matrix. What about just straight matrix.org? Will you populate some rooms for that? But it's up. It's working-ish. Okay, let's also do this. Let's get out of incognito because I know that incognito can cause some issues. So let's fill that in. We'll just log back in here, verify with my security key. I wonder, will it let me join? I doubt it. That's better. Always be dark mode. The bridge shouldn't work because we didn't set it up. So that's a false positive. Let's join a public room. About matrix. Oh, we are really, really close. Yeah, I know the font's small. I apologize. It's using my wide screen, my ultra wide here. And it kind of spiraled as we started troubleshooting. Failed to fetch room list. What about Fedora project? I have a feeling something's wrong with the Federation. After you started services, finalize the installation. Oh, helps if you read the rest of the information. You need to finalize our install. Okay. Now that services are running, you need to finalize the installation process required for Federation to work by configuring service discovery via .wellknown. So we need to open up that. Okay, so service discovery is a way for the matrix network to discover where a matrix server is. Federation server discovery. Okay. Setting up a .wellknown matrix server file on the base domain. Both methods have their place and will continue to do so. You only need to use just one of these delegation methods. Serving the base domain if you don't need the base domain for anything else. Okay, so option 2 won't work. Setting up reverse proxying. Oops. Sorry about that. A friend of mine was texting me that he's going to urgent care, so keep him in your thoughts. Okay, so we're close. Let's see, learn how to set up. So we've just got to skim through this and figure out, because I think I did this with a DNS record or something before, because my base domain, itguyeric.com, is a WordPress site. Server delegation using DNS server records or by setting up. Yeah, okay, so you only need to use just one of these delegation methods. Our setup advocates. Yeah, you may advocate for it, but I need the other. Home server, I don't need well-known base domain server, copying the files manually. Setting up reverse proxying from the base domain server. Less fragile and okay, so on the base you can set up reverse proxy. That would explain why Federation isn't working, because I didn't finish setting it up. Let's see. Okay. So it mentions it mentions using DNS, but doesn't tell me how to do it. This is not just a WordPress server, it's a managed WordPress instance, because the last thing I wanted to do was rebuild my home lab and accidentally take down my website. We are so close to this work. Configuring playbook-based domain serving. Playbook-based domain serving. Okay, so what file did that reference? I'm having a moment here, folks. Sorry. Configuring playbook-based domain name serving. Configuring playbook. Base domain serving. Okay. Set subservices. This isn't what I want either. You know what? Let's go to Namecheap. Log in again because it logged me out in the last few minutes. And let's see if we can reverse engineer this here. Let's go to managingitguy.eric.com. Let's go to DNS. As I recall, this is how I did it before. I don't think it'd be a CNAME record. My goodness, there's some really old stuff in here too. Serve record, matrix. Let's see. Base domain name serving. I don't need any of the bridge materials. Client, dimension, dynamic DNS. Dynamic DNS? Is that the one I need? We'll charge you extra for static rate if you're not hosting. Oh, nope. That's for the web server. That we can set up later since it's only happened once in multiple years, but web server, Postgres backup. Man, we are so close. Playbook, how to use server delegation. Is this the one we were already looking at? Yes. The DNS serve record. There it is. Haha. Found it. It's a more advanced way to do it. It is not recommended. Default is usually much more complicated. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Sure that you have a matrix TCP DNS server record for your base domain. The value of okay. Sure that okay, so we didn't do that, so we're good there. Sure that you have a matrix.tcp DNS serve record for your base domain. The value of 10.0.8448 matrix.your-domain. Okay, so matrix. Okay. Ensure that you're serving the Matrix Federation API 8448, the certificate for your domain, not matrix. Getting the certificate to the server may be complicated. The playbooks so it will likely not work, and you'll need to copy certificates around manually. Okay, I seem to recall doing that. Obtaining certificates. If your domain and matrix are not hosted, you can copy the certificates of files over manually. May get renewed once in a while. Okay. So I may need also do an 8448 redirect. See how this is set up here. I seem to recall this is about when I decided to say screw it and set it up on DigitalOcean instead. Okay, so let's look here. Let's go to... And I'm starting to get hungry, so my brain's running slower. I want settings, forward. 8448 matrix. Oh. So I'm doing that from the grab 192, 167. 167. So matrix federation will go straight through it. It'll skip the Nginx proxy manager. Okay. So now I need to see if I can download. Oh, there you go. Okay. Now we can go to downloads. TRX. Okay, fine. So SCP root at 1.167. Okay. Okay, so we can automate that later. If they're not hosted on the same machine, don't forget, blah, blah, blah. Serving the Federation API with your certificates. Okay, so we're using Matrix Nginx proxy for this. And y'all are awesome. Thank you for hanging around. Makes me feel really good. You only need to override the certificates used for the Matrix Federation API. You can do that using... Okay, so let's look at... inventory host vars matrix vars.yaml, and I need proxy. See if, hey, there we go. Matrix SSL config live matrix.int full chain privkey.pem. Okay. Didn't have unzip installed. Okay, so we need matrix SSL config live matrix.itgeiger.com. Archive matrix chain 2 yada yada yada. Okay. Okay, is on the host, mounted into the container at the same path by default. Okay. Okay, so what I need to do is cert chain full chain proof key. I move star.pim to matrix SSL config archive matrix. Why don't we move the certificates there as well? Matrix SSL config archive matrix. Matrix SSL config archive. Okay. Star 2.pim. Old. I don't like that. Full chain priv key. So move. What was in the zip file here? Full chain priv cert. Okay, so all that was one. Move cert.pim. Let's move chain.pim, full chain.pim, and privkey.pim. It's old. Move certificate old. That should just leave us with the new ones here. So let's move cert.pim. Let's move chain 1. Call that chain.pim. Full chain. Okay, and then what I need to do is go back to live. Okay. And then -s cert.pim archive matrix cert.pim. Did I do that backwards? I think I did. Cert.pim. I always get that mixed up. ln-s, no such file or directory. Oh, because we already removed it. Okay, cool. Now we just need to remove, and then ln-s, archive matrix, chain.pim, full chain, and ln-s. Oops. Oh, that did work. Okay. RM full chain and ln-s, archive matrix, rm priv, ln-s, matrix, privkey.pim. Okay. Got that working. I have a feeling those should be matrix owned and oh. Okay, and then we need to do a systemctl reload, I believe. Matrix nginx proxy. That looks positive. Serving the Federation with your certificates. Is that it? Should it work now? Pretty sure that's a false positive. So, see if it loads anything from fedoraproject.org. Uh-oh. Let's try. First, let's get that off the screen because that's distracting. Let's try. Let's try messaging myself again. I feel like we're missing something still. Don't need dynamic DNS. Don't need to serve the base domain. We're working on server delegation. And we don't want to save that where we edited the command. Porting Postgres. I don't think we need to do that. Start the services. Oh, wait. Well known, you can check if services work. We already have our user account. We won't set up additional services on this server. Upgrade will be important later on. Maintain your server. Join some rooms. The playbook and form check services running for form check. Oh, hey, there we go. Let's check and see if everything's running. Yeah, something's still wrong. Because I should have an invite from myself to myself. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that. Well known on the identity host name. Okay, so yeah, Nginx proxies got an issue there. 404 not found. Let's double check and make sure. Yeah, there wouldn't be anything on my WordPress site that would be doing that. That's all HTML. Fail if .well known, not working on identity host name. Okay, so there's still something off. Maybe we just didn't do all the steps here. So we've gone through all that. Unless... Okay, so it's supposed to be... DNS serve record for your base domain with a value of 10, 0. Oh, there it is, 10. Oh, maybe that's why. 8448. Should be matrix TCP 10, 0. 8448 matrix.itguy.com. Stop changing it. Okay, so I don't know why it's doing that. So let's just delete it. Okay. Add a new server record. That would be matrix GCP. When in doubt, delete and recreate. Matrix dot underscore. Oh, for crying out loud. I hate the idea that we got this close and only have issues considering that Namecheap is just being ridiculous. Why do you keep changing that? This is so stupid. Matrix TCP 10. See, changed it again. Nah. Okay. trying Chrome instead. Maybe it's an issue with cookies or something. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a break. I want to heat up some food. This is getting annoying. Be right back. All right. So I want to drop off camera because I want to be eating. But I think I got serve record fixed. Turned out there's a bit of an issue with the way that Namecheap formats their DNS records. So let's double check that after a refresh. It's still there. Matrix TCP 10.0.8448 matrix.itguyeric.com. Even after fixing that, it didn't want to update the time. So, oh well. Let's reload matrix nginx proxy just for good measure. Then we'll run the check again. Well, caca. You know, this one says well-known on identity hostname, which makes me think that it might be this one here. Matrix identity TCP 10.0.443 itguyeric.com. But I wonder if that shouldn't be matrix.itguyeric.com. So let's do this. So that's under configuring DNS.md. Yeah, so optional services and features, matrix-identity 10.0.443 Should be matrix.itguyeric.com. So that must have been an issue when I moved over from DigitalOcean DNS a few years ago. There we go. I don't think I needed to reload the proxy since I didn't make any changes there. But just because Namecheap has me paranoid now, let's refresh the page, expand all that out, go to the bottom. And see, it did it again. Null. And see, that's what the other one was doing too. Okay, just a second. Check on my daughter again. All right. So it's kind of annoying how the domain form is slowing me down. All right, let's try the check again. So my fear is it just hasn't updated yet in DNS records. So while I finish eating, we'll put that command to sleep for 2 minutes, and then we'll run our self-check again. I'll try this one more time. I mean, it does keep defaulting to 30 minutes. But it still shows as correct, so that's improvement. And I also pulled up this matrix federation tester. Maybe it'll give us some... Serve record target matrix is a CNAME record, which is forbidden. Love that. It's forbidden, guys. Okay, so let's do this then. That might be part of our problem. Must need an A record then. The downside is now anytime my home IP address changes, I need to change both of those. But that's okay. It's weird because that gives me completely different output. Probably because we entered the wrong URL. Yeah, okay. So it's upset because that's a CNAME. And so now we got to wait for these to update. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of here. So we're coming up on 4.5 hours on the stream, and gotta get our house ready for New Year's Eve. So what I may do is I may end the stream here, and then Thursday or Friday, jump back on and see if I can finish this up. We're really, really close. I mean, we've got to be. We'll let this run one more time. Yeah. All right. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and end the stream here. If you want to join me on Matrix, there's a room called the IT Guy Show. You can join me there. If you're interested, you can subscribe to the audio version of the main show at podcast.itguyeric.com. If you're watching this, feel free to register. Feel free to subscribe. I'll try and be back on this end of the week, and we can see if we can get the Matrix server up and running. I feel like this is a good sign though, because it's starting to identify certain things, but just not happy about that CNAME. So, podcast.itguyeric.com. After the new year, I want to try and publish some new content. Also, I'm one of the hosts of the Fedora podcast, so you can go to podcast.fedoraproject.org and register. Subscribe. You can subscribe there. We just published episode 43, and we've got some more episodes coming up, including a hardware partner that I'm excited to sit down and chat with after the first of the year. And if you are a person of faith, I'm going to kick off a faith-based podcast middle of January or so, called the Faithful Focus Podcast. So you can go to faithfulfocus.show. So if you're a person of faith, or if you want to learn more about what it means to live a faith-based life, you can follow me there. And then last but not least, while we're fighting with Matrix, you can join me on my Discord server as well. So you can just scan that QR code. We'll run these one more time. Oh, because we got a different error. Interesting. Oh, the certificate is valid for itguyeric.com, not... Oh. Well then, that's something we can fix. Okay, yeah, that may be one of the reasons why it hasn't been working. Well, I gave this nice outro, and then we got something different here. For now, let's just go ahead and use... Nope, not that. For now, let's create a Let's Encrypt itguyeric.com. Now, if you'll excuse me a moment, no one needs to see this. What do you mean? What API key? All right. So for now, we'll go ahead and use the Nginx proxy manager. My thinking is set up some automation around this at some point. So meanwhile, while that's building, we need to go to Matrix SSL, config, archive. We need to remove PIM files, not to be confused with PIM particles. Well, that's spinning wool. Nope, that's my notes. Oh, I know where my local. Goodness. This started out so neat and tidy, didn't it? Okay. So we'll wait for this to generate and we'll download it. This may fix it. In the final moments, y'all. We might have figured it out. Uh-oh. All right, so what I'm doing here is just timed out, probably because name cheap DNS doesn't point here. Actually points to my WordPress site. So I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. Because my main site, itguyeric.com, is actually hosted by Namecheap. Sorry, my API token's visible right now, so while that's reloading, y'all don't get to see what I'm doing. But it's hosted as EasyWP, part of Namecheap, so I don't know that I can get access to my certificates. This is using free positive SSL. It's active. So I'm not seeing off the bat a quick, easy way to pull down. Yeah, because that's the problem. Oh, that's disturbing. Hack Guardian wasn't even enabled. Wonder if I can get the see, here's that free positive SSL certificate. Oh. So maybe as part of this, I moved my WordPress site home. Match with CDN. We'll ask ChatGPT and check the live stream chat. Hey, welcome to... okay, that's what I was afraid of. Free positive SSL doesn't allow me to download... only need the... No, we need all of them. So hey, welcome to the chaos. I'm kind of wrapping up because I think I may end up having to migrate my WordPress site in order to get this working. But I can try and answer any questions you might have. Yeah, I'm using Synapse as well. Okay, so that's a problem. I cannot get my certificates from Namecheap. While they're hosting my website. So my next video might actually be... Luckily, I've almost used up my plan. So my next video may be migrating my WordPress site home. Well, that's frustrating. To get this far and get stuck for... Because now all this is showing up correctly, but not the valid certificate piece. And I would bet you that if we looked at the server delegation part, it would just tell me to download the certificate. Because I don't think the SSL certs are supposed to be for matrix dot. I think it's supposed to be the root domain. Which is funny because this works fine. Well, dadgummit. I don't think doing matrix dot IT guy Eric, because that should work with a... All right. Well, I think I'm going to have to call it here because I do not have the brain power to start migrating the WordPress site home. But let's ask ChatGPT one more question here. Well, that's just a bummer. All right, folks. You've got links to my Discord, to my Matrix room, to the podcast that I'm running. So I think I'm going to call it here. Later on this week, perhaps I'll set up another live stream. We'll migrate the WordPress server, and then we'll get the certificate fixed, and then I should have a Matrix server up and running. Then we can talk about moving it over to something more modern. Well, folks, it's almost 3 p.m. here in the United States Central Time, so I hope you all have a wonderful new year, and thank you all for subscribing. Thank you all for hanging out on this 4.5-hour live stream. If you have any questions about what I'm working on, feel free to put them in the chat or join one of the rooms, either the Discord server or the Matrix room. Happy to answer questions there. Until then, thank you very much. I've been Eric the IT Guy Hendricks, and until next time, have a happy new year.